sorry that that happened. Hey dude, hang on 1 second. I will be right back. If you have time to stay today, which would be nice if you did, and if you don't, it doesn't really matter. You're a busy dude. Quit. Re. Hunter Call of the Wild. Yay. These guys are still drinking. Cool.
You know, I spotted some tracks earlier, close to where you're at right now. I'll send the coordinates.
Hirschfelden's next.
Hi, I heard you'd finally arrived. Welcome to Central Europe. I'm Connie, the Wildhüter of Hirschfelden. Reserve warden, that is. I'm here to make sure that your time here will be unforgettable. Hirschfelden is one of the oldest hunting reserves in Europe, and we host a diverse population of the most popular big game for all hunting tastes. It's also the most beautiful place on Earth. No, I'm not biased at all. Go ahead and have a look around. I can't wait for you to experience all the beauty of Hirschfelden's fields and forests. Why don't you see if you can find an animal track nearby?
I can get that. That's the nitro. Yeah, the tag. Wait, how long how far can the fucking nitro shoot?
Hunting roe deer? They're not the most difficult to hunt, but keep in mind their excellent senses of smell and hearing.
Please break my stupid ass. Go to hell. Let me get my hunter made up. Oh.
If you want to get your bearings, there are lookout points spread out all over the reserve.
Note that we're going to be replacing this gun with a bow. So, just fair warning, I thought. Actually, I might take that shotgun with me. Nah.
Quite a view, isn't it? From here, you can see a lot of great hunting opportunities in the nearby area. Rattenfeld is a favorite region for a lot of hunters. The fallow deer is such a classic animal to hunt. But we also get a lot of history buffs here. To the south lies the Hirschdorf Hügelgrab, a grave mound dating back to the Bronze Age. Be sure to stop by one of the outposts. They're essentially base camps.
No, I'm just gonna go up to this outpost here, and then I'm changing map. Because I want to go to... The next one after this is Medvev Taiga. And I've decided to challenge myself and make my first animal kill on Medvev with a bow.
I notice you're after a fallow deer. Be sure to stay concealed. They have some of the best eyesight among the reserve animals. Their good hearing and smell doesn't make things easier either.
Oh, wait, I'm on PC. I could do the true reds. I could do the true... Ooh, that's a big boy. Hang on, let me go get my bow. Yeah, before I go, I have to go get that guy. He's too big not to go get.
You found a shed. I remember finding a big deer antler for the first time as a kid. It felt like I had dug up some real treasure. I still have it at home. Cozy, right? Outposts are great for stocking up or just taking a break. If you want a neat challenge to pass the time when not hunting, many of the animals are shedding their antlers this time of year. They're still tricky to find, of course, but I guess that's why people like to collect them. Hi there. I've got a bit of an unusual question. I hope you don't mind. I think I mentioned Gerlinde, right? Well, here's the thing. She's writing a book about fallow deer. Her second one, actually. She's got a small obsession for fallow deer. Anyhow, she's missing some pictures for her book and was looking for someone to help out. It's a bit specific. I remember hearing that you're quite the photographer yourself, so I thought I'd pass along her offer. She's looking for a picture of a fallow deer taken in Rattenfeld. She'll pay quite well for it, so it may be worth the effort. If you were looking to help out Gerlinda with that picture, you're in the right place. You're in Rattenfeld. Gerlinda is lovely, but here's a friendly tip. Don't ask her about fallow deer unless you mean it. She will not stop. It's beyond obsession at this point. On the other hand, there's no one better for hunting tips when it comes to fallows. Oh, and her venison stew is out of this world. Makes me hungry just thinking about it.
Wait, are the arrows I'm using good for boar? They are. Who's next?
Hello? Are you there? Hello? There you are. Добро пожаловать. Welcome to Medvedya Taiga National Park, my friend. Not that we are friends, yet. I'm Hada Alena Khasavovna, but you can call me Alena. I'm your primary contact, so you and I will be friends in no time. I put together this cross-disciplinary expedition to study the effects of climate change in this region. My team and I are scientists, not activists, so this isn't a political thing. We are only interested in data, verifiable facts. That said, the taiga is not the most hospitable place. Gathering data and assessing the animal population here is difficult enough in spring and summer. But in winter it becomes dangerous. Not just for us, but for the local wildlife. That's why we called you in. The professional. You have a reputation for being a humane but effective hunter. My kind of hunter, I hope. Before we get down to the nitty-gritty business, I can hear your stomach rumbling all the way here at base camp. Start by getting yourself some protein. I have hunted many deer, or at least I used to hunt them near your location. Look around for tracks. They should be plentiful.
Nice shot.
If you're going to rest tonight, you need to find an outpost, and that means knowing where one is. You can only see so much from the ground, so unless you brought your rocket boots, you have to climb the nearest lookout point. I've marked the location on your hunter mate. Happy hiking!
I'm gonna go... It's either Verhunger... It's either I'm going to Verhunger first, or... I might feel like going to... You know what, I'll go to Portland first. Okay. First, then...
This lookout offers quite the view. From up here, you can see outposts, hunting grounds, and all the nature you can feast your eyes on. The nearest outpost location is marked on your hunter mate. Go there now to rest, resupply, and take shelter. You may want to fix up the place. It hasn't seen much use since winter came.
That is... Yeah, no, I'm going after that. Really, the only things that I hunt here are brown bear, and okay, I hunt everything on the map, but musk deer aren't really something I'm thrilled with. think I might want to play Warzone. Maybe you should play. I was super jazzed when I first played the game for hunting moose, but now they're just like, kind of like those pests that just won't go away. Sizable. Oh, what's across here? Nothing? Nothing in force. Okay. Note that, like, ice is here, like the ice here, good place to hunt. But I would stick to, like, laying in the grass, because the animals here can see you from across the lake, so that's just a given. There, also boar hunting in here is a pain in the fucking ass.
You have arrived. Our outposts are no five-star hotels, but they beat sleeping outside. Once you fix the place, you can rest and resupply here anytime. Now that you're comfortable, or as comfortable as anyone can be out here, I need you to help one of the other team members, Gunther Baden, at the campsite in Rybatsky Bay. You might have an easier time calling it Fisherman's Bay. We haven't heard from him since the blizzard last week. His last mobile communication said he was low on food. Gear up to hunt deer. Bring hungry Gunther some fresh meat. Gunther Baden is our photographer. I tell you, he comes as highly recommended as you, but the truth is he comes very very cheap. Gunther arrived about a week ago to set up remote cameras all across this region, Ledinoy Bay. He loaded up an ATV with plenty of supplies, but like I said, we haven't heard from him since the storm. It's normal for people to disappear for a few days in the taiga. But Gunther, unlike you, his resume grossly exaggerated his wilderness survival skills. He is more of a passionate amateur than a consummate professional. Thanks for hunting on his behalf.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Escúchame. Welcome to Parque Fernando. We'll keep this brief before my nieces pendejitos act up again.
Oye, deja esto. Si la insultaste, debes pedirle disculpas. No me mandes excusas.
Okay, down to business. You came highly recommended as the warden to turn this slice of wild Patagonia into a world-class hunting reserve. Naturally, I expect you to hit the ground running, even though this is your first time here. Stretch your legs out. I'll start you off with some routine responsibilities. You can do this in any order. I don't care as long as you do the jobs well. I try not to micromanage. Well, not too much. To get the lay of the land, you'll want to go to the nearest lookout tower, marked on your GPS. Climb on up and take in the view. Easy. There's also a hunting outpost nearby, and I like you to prepare it for upcoming guests.
Beautiful, man.
My gaucho friends do all the heavy lifting with the outpost. You just need to put on the finishing touches. Bring things up to the standard of a professional hunter, then bring them up a little more. ¿Viste? If you're reaching for a hunt, you can harvest some game for the construction crew building our central lodge. I like to keep the people who work for me fed and fed well. It helps them stay loyal, Our chef can prepare anything but a puma. See what you can find in the area. I'll chime in to help if you need it. People from the USA love to brag about how great their mule deer hunting is back home. But after they see the deer at Parque Fernando, they are not bragging anymore. World-class bucks and does are so abundant here. If we don't hunt them, they'll overpopulate and starve the other animals who graze here, because these boludos eat everything.
Get on top of it. No, you're not at it.
This place is my pride and joy, and you can see why. I name it for my husband, Fernando. May he rest in peace. Before he died, I made him a promise that this reserve, with all its abundance, would host the world's most elite hunters and feed the communities around it. Time to keep that promise. I've been hunting here since my husband bought the place all the way back in 1979. You may have heard I was a two-time back-to-back national champion in the 50-meter rifle, 3 positions. I know guns. I know game. And my park nourishes the biggest, most exquisite free-range stacks you'll ever hunt. World records are set here. Some of them belong to me. If you're as good as I'm paying you to be, maybe you'll set some records yourself. But let's not cut this torta before it's baked. We've got a lodge to build, outposts to open, wilderness to explore.
Thank you for the raid.
And if you see anything strange along the way, come straight to me and me alone. Loyalty is very, very important to me. My park is a paradise, but sometimes the disloyal people who work here have mala leche. You know, tough luck. Hear that? Time for esposas y jefas. Telenovelas are my only vice. Simona's going to find out the identity of her biological father. Is it Gaston or Facundo? It better be Facundo, que churro. Gaston and his lies can be trusted. No, no, no. Now, that's one task finished. 2 more to go.
Actually, Fernando has one of my favorite stories in it. Cute. Hey guys, how are you doing today? Now, if I can get on top of there, I'll be able to see the deer. Really regret putting my bow away. That was very dumb of me. That I would love to run, but I just can't. If I run, I'll scare the deer. Ooh, how big is that one? They're nervous. Oh no. after I get to this outpost, I am switching to weapons. Not that I don't love this game, but I'm gonna play more by myself over it.
Everything you need should be there. Set up the place. Finished so quickly? Maybe I like already. Che. You've dribbled the ball this far down the field. Now, score the final goal.
I will be right back.
Jackpot! That's what we're looking for.
I've been taking time to work on me.
Operator, did you hear that? It said... Cosmic background radiation is a riot! Ordis did not think the operator could be more attractive. Wrong again, Ordis.
playing Black Ops 4 next. Black Ops 4 next. So, just telling you.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and...
Cut down the...
and make the Lotus proud.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Fucking bite-sizers.
Now you might be wondering if I'm holding back on y'all. Dreamers. Ta-ta, lovelies.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
The Lotus is counting on us.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target. We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly. Target located. Bring them in.
Hello there. So, first time then. Drusus Levirian. Welcome to my humble cabinet of curiosity. This is Atlas, hard as stone. Is it any surprise that his story begins with an asteroid? Temple Telemon had cast a spell on the indentured masses with a song that heralded the coming of a great stone destroyer, a god who would shatter the world and lead them to a great rebirth. The Orokin mocked the cult's off-key singing, their spasmodic dancing, but the spell only grew stronger. Telemon broadcasts would oft-times wedge in control channels to spread their doomsday message. For the suffocated lower castes, the notion of something more powerful than their Orokin masters must have been intoxicating. A brutal Orokin crackdown seemed to be working, until an asteroid was detected on a collision course with Earth. The Telemons celebrated it as prophecy writ true, divine intervention. For the first time in living memory, the Orokin showed vulnerability. It did not matter that the destruction would be total. For the Temple, this was a sign of a new age. A probe was sent to the asteroid, perhaps seeking proof of divine intervention. It found intervention, though it was anything but divine. The rock had been fitted with colossal steering thrusters, and manning those thrusters, a bevy of well-armed Telemon. Having taken fate into their own hands, they set about a final convulsive dance aboard that rock. Battlecruisers, Orgon missiles, a gale force of Dax. The Orokin could have resolved this in any number of ways, but their enemy was not the Telemons themselves. It was their ideas. Atlas alone was sent. As he crashed onto that rock, his Shakiro helm greeted the cultists. Note the angled ballistic plating and reinforced neck protection. He would soon need both. For years, historians felt this tale of Telamon quite improbable, an artifact of Orokin propaganda myth. Then, on our system's outer edge, we found a debris field of small rocks and dust in a lazy elliptical orbit. Upon these rocks, we find the remains of peculiar stone statuary. The petrified figures, clearly temple members, have been frozen into a tableau of struggle and death. Or was it perhaps a dance? This remarkable find forces us to rethink the entire tale as fact. The stratum cyandana, reserved and austere, until you turn it over and reveal the glowing hue of the amethyst crystal within. A breathtaking geode. Imagine its spiraling ribbons as Atlas tore toward the killer asteroid's thrusters. His plan must have been to reorient them and push the rock away from Earth. But, as the story goes, as he neared, the cultists detonated the thrusters' footings and sent them careening into space. They were no longer needed. Mass and inertia would carry the rock to its fate. Atlas was out of options. Or so the Telemans thought.
Is this his whole story code?
The Techo are perhaps my favorite pieces in this gallery. Note the intricate, ornate moldings, the complex...
Okay, I'm gonna say this. No. I'm gonna say this, that Atlas Prime. He's okay.
Welcome to the Leverian. We are, of course, always open. Donations appreciated. That's fine.
I'm not donating all 6 million. Go fuck yourself. Okay. The Techo we see here are not the original Techo. These are Techo Prime. Primes are the first versions, are the Mach 1 versions and the better versions of most weapons in most cases.
The Techo are perhaps my favorite pieces in this gallery. Note the intricate, ornate moldings, the complex blades. Quite the contrast from Atlas's otherwise workmanlike appearance. The beauty and craftsmanship conceal the true purpose of the Techo, as indentations found in cultist skulls attest. I have to wonder what frenzied dance would have been interrupted, or if the whiplash strikes and jabs of the Techo might have blended into the crowd's fitful celebration. Before you, a rare sight, 2 rumblers, painstakingly recreated from fragments of the aforementioned tableau. How these inert and rigid formations are compelled to life by Atlas defies reason. Yet it is true. Consider the confusion of those Telemans as the very stone they worshipped came to life and set upon them. How could they retaliate against such a thing? Like sparring with a landslide. Earth swelled on the horizon as the cult mocked Atlas with their chorus, "The stone shall shatter all." Across the system, every Teleman echoed that final hymn. Children, as far as Neptune, turned their heads from greasy broth and gazed toward Earth. Would that careening stone change everything? Atlas kneeled down, head and hands pressed to the ground in apparent defeat as the Telemon's hymn grew even louder. But Atlas was listening, feeling, the way the stone trembled to the hymn's pitch. The faults within the asteroid became vivid to him, and so a new song rose up. Rumblers, erupting in a godlike rhythm, beating along the faults until Atlas, alone, struck the final resonant chord. A tremor forked through the rock until, all at once, the great asteroid exploded, its dust falling as scintillating rain, sparking across the atmosphere, and then gone. The Telemon's song fell silent, and children, as far as Neptune, turned away and swirled their spoons in greasy broth.
Atlas is pretty amazing, huh? Oh, I can't wait. Okay, we're gonna look at all these for a change.
Hello again.
Hi.
Well, anything helps. Grendel. Primal. Insatiable. And, as this exhibit will demonstrate, a creature of surprising compassion. After the fall of the Orokin Empire, a surviving Orokin executor, a violet-scented brute named Karish, lorded over Europa's frozen, famine-struck city of Ridda. Save within his walled manse, the moist and loathsome Karish lived a lavish life, while his frail citizens obeyed every edict in the hope of receiving his pre-masticated table scraps. As the city starved beneath him, Karish commanded yet another feast for himself and his gluttonous sycophants. 12 courses for each of his 12 grafted digestive sacs, and one uninvited guest. There remains a shallow trench through the ruins, as if some colossal boulder had crashed from the manse and rolled down the hill. But what if it had rolled up? Imagine, if you will, Karish's Dax on the day, peering out, dumbstruck by what they saw. They readied no blade, sounded no alarm, as the expanding orb of gristle hurled toward them. And then, in a spasm of giblets, Grendel was before them, his cutlery in hand, the masseter.
Actually, that's right. This thing does count as a heavy sword. Weirdly enough, it does.
Scraps of cloth matching Grendel's unexpectedly elegant Sayandana were retrieved from the site, hooked on the remnants of gilded gates, stained with evidence of his degustation. Indeed, most of the Orokin hangers-on who attended the feast became it, and Karish himself fled shrieking into the hills of Ridda as fast as his 12 exosac levitators would carry him. It came as no surprise to me to find this tiny fragment of Gauss just outside the city. Indeed, if one thing is for certain, wherever we find evidence of Grendel, we're sure to find some trace of Gauss as well. Did they breach the city as a pair? Or did Gauss hang back to intercept returning patrols, generously letting his friend Grendel eat his fill at the feast within? Note the open face, almost more like design. A fitting visage for one of such singular, rapacious predilections. Grendel may hunger, yes, but not with the excesses of gluttony, not when others are in need. Oral history tells of Grendel, newly engorged from his repast, rolling through the miserable slums of Ridda, reinvigorating the sick and the lame, the hungry and the dying, with the power he had stolen, consumed, from their oppressors.
It's one of his power. he literally heals people. Like, he's a support friend.
Here we have shattered fragments of the manse wall, and the gate mangled by Grendel's masseter blade. One can almost see the city's masses, newly rejuvenated by Grendel's healthful blessing, storming the manse. Shattered gates thrown wide, they take back what was theirs, namely, control of their future. See here the scattering of genuine Orokin dinnerware. Worn with time, these must have been used for countless meals, as the people of Ridda bravely weathered the dark times ahead. Many warframes have speed and litheness, but power, momentum, impact, these require mass. And there, the creased midsection, the seam, does it split? Yawning open with a jagged, vacuous aperture to who knows? A certain Orokin may have found out. That night, the people of Ridda ate their fill, feasting until the frozen mountains lit warmly with the dawn. It was toward those roseate peaks that the Executor had fled, pursued by Grendel. What his fate was, I cannot say. But as the people feasted, so the story goes, they were suddenly struck silent by a strange, deep sound. A rumble carried from mountain to mountain. A single, satisfied belch.
He deserved it.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
Greetings. What? Enjoy, and please, leave something in the little box over there. Thank you. Ivara, the Huntress. This tale comes to us from the secret history of the Orokin court by historian Porvis. Have you perhaps heard tell of the Myrmidon? No matter. A preternatural beast figure straight out of myth he was. One whose prey had no equal. Warframes were what this villain hunted. It is said a number of frames had been erased from history by this monster. Models who no longer exist on any record. Those who are not remembered. It hardly seemed possible that a single person could stand against a warframe, let alone destroy it, let alone several. Perhaps Porvis enjoyed the telling a little too much, or perhaps there is something to it. Ivara encountered the Myrmidon quite early in her history. Quite early indeed.
I like that picture.
A Dax emergency call, so Porvis writes, led Ivara and two unknown warframes to a convoluted cave system. They found it littered with the bodies of murdered Dax and resplendent with bioluminescent fungi. I imagine the chitinous folds of her Salic Cyandana would have made for excellent camouflage within that malevolent, supernal glow. The secret history tells us that the Myrmidon appeared boldly before the three in a wide chamber connected by many tunnels. Clad in red and gold armor, it gestured to the first warframe with what Porvis describes as a strange, clutching motion, as if seizing a falling apple. But it was no greeting, as we shall see. The powers of that first warframe, the recipient of that gesture, promptly failed. The Myrmidon took advantage of the confusion to leap upon the hapless frame and press a palm to the warrior's head. In lurid detail, Porvis describes a flash of the most scintillating emerald light, and Ivara's battle sibling collapsed to hot dust. Porvis tells us he compiled much of this tale from overheard exchanges between members of the Seven and details that remain consistent in courtly whispers. He tells us the second frame suffered the same fate as the first. Reacting, Ivara whirled and promptly vanished. But one clutching gesture in her direction and Ivara's powers fled, her cloaking field nullified. Visible, vulnerable, she loosed a dash wire arrow to a high alcove, but it never came. No escape. The Myrmidon was upon her. The huntress spun, opening fire with Axamati pistols to send that devil scrambling for cover, arm thrown protectively across that twisted, armored head. That clutching gesture was the key. Ivara needed a plan, and she needed it fast.
Oh, okay, these are hers. I might buy these one of these days.
Ivara ran at a wall and up it, hanging there, waiting, as the Myrmidon flipped into the room, blasting the spot where he'd expected her to be. Frustrated, he again made that same elaborate gesture, trying his luck, and she saw it. That bracelet upon the wrist that glowed softly with the movement of that clutching gesture. Ivara flipped from her perch, shouldering her exquisitely crafted Rubico as she did so, and sighted the enemy. Through the Orokin sculpted scope, hunter and huntress met eye to eye, each loosing a desperate blast. A bullet from Ivara, a killing light from the Myrmidon. The green light lashed, touching a shoulder plate of Ivara's Avia armor, reducing it to dust. It saved her. Huntress won out, her shot claiming the Myrmidon's device in a shower of sparks. But the Myrmidon's weapon remained lethal, and with it, he lashed out at Ivara in an emerald fury. Ivara hit the ground and sprang into a surrounding tunnel. The Myrmidon's shot lancing a gouge in the porous chamber wall. Ivara pressed her back to a shadowed outcrop at tunnel's end, while the Myrmidon's weapon blazed and cut and chewed through her only cover. As good a time as any to discuss the weapon before you. The Artemis bow. The Huntress's signature weapon, and the tool with which she has wrought so much good. Said by some to be spirit bonded to her. Others say the product of forgotten Orokin technology. What Porvis tells us next displays to good effect what warrior and weapon were capable of. Pinned behind eroding cover, seconds from death, Ivara summoned her Artemis bow and it came to her. She and weapon as one. Without rising, she pulled back, aimed high, she and arrow as one, and loosed. Under Ivara's guidance, the arrow turned its path and shot down the corridor toward the Myrmidon, and lengthwise through his weapon. Around Ivara, the walls flashed green for a microsecond as the Myrmidon's weapon erupted. And then, silence. What is a bow without arrows? And these arrows? The Origin system has never seen their like, able to change their very nature at the whim of Ivara. Sleep, cloaking, rapid fire, they are the embodiment of her legendary versatility. Ivara drew her bow again, this time for her fallen comrades. With inhuman speed, shot after shot snapped and plucked each segment of carapace from the Myrmidon's lean frame. Straps severing, clips popping, he was undressed with swift efficiency by the preternatural accuracy of her aim and rapidity. Even before her final arrow belted the visored helmet from his head, she had the killing shot knocked and ready. There he stood, the Myrmidon, slayer of warframes. Naked, beauty, symmetry, even the capacity for language sacrificed for raw power. But his face was a mockery of an Orokin face. Those she was sworn to never kill. The smirk on his pallid, angular visage told her he knew it as well. The grand doors of the Chamber of the Seven flew open. Across that reverberating expanse of polished darkness strode Ivara, dragging her prize. Before the assembled council, she dropped him, and with it, the Myrmidon's battered helmet. Here he would meet justice at the hands of his own people. Here, her fallen friends would be avenged. She beheld the Seven, awaiting their judgment. The Myrmidon got to his feet, cleaning dust from one shoulder with a contemptuous flick. One of the Seven leaned forward, removing a curious thing from their slender head, a lattice of delicate silver, placing it on the elevated, chest-high curve of obsidian that separated her from them. Instantly, the Myrmidon collapsed, lifeless, to the floor. Ivara did not understand. Why? Why? A stately voice intoned her name. There stood Executor Ballas. He told her, "You have been battle and loyalty tested. Your companions, they were found wanting. They failed to adapt, failed to overcome, and so they are no more. But you, Ivara, you shall live. You shall be remembered." Her battle comrades, as we know, were not.
Gauss.
Any friend of history is a friend of the Laverian. Gauss. Where to begin? Where to begin? Well, the Ceres excavation, of course. The site of the ancient Tower of Altra. Blastcrete emplacements, air sentries. Its fields saturated with tremor mines. A great fortress for the great lords of Ceres. Until they were pitched from the roof. Immortal bodies erupting on the dread mines below. An insurgency from within. The Dax, sent to reclaim Altra, fared no better. Those that ran the gauntlet of bore guns were soon cindered in the field beyond. And that's when they called in our fleet-footed friend here. Dual sidearms pulled from Altra's outer ring of Blastcrete bunkers. Something crashed through those bunkers at great speed. The impact scattering stone and flesh all the same. An unearthly kinetic shockwave. Those insurgents with the misfortune of surviving the initial blast must have seen the Icarius for themselves. The Axeltra, a rapid-fire micro-missile launcher. The smooth polycarbonate barrels still carry a vague stench of ozone. Some think Gauss was a blunt instrument, all speed, with as much versatility as a cannonball. But the Axeltra implies more. It implies surging in, inviting the enemy to consider the blade, then rebounding to let missiles answer their confusion. Not the standard dress helm. This one has specialized control surfaces, angled plating, supreme streamlining. It catches the light in a curious way, doesn't it? When it shines just so, I see myself atop Ultra, a hostage perhaps, peering out across the desolate field, and then I'd see it, a pale glint of light. Dax of the day had a saying, "That which cannot be hit cannot be killed." I can only imagine what they thought when they saw Gauss that day. A gleaming bullet, this Syandana pinned rigid like a flag in a maelstrom, streaking toward Ultra. A stripped-out Gauss airfoil system. These fanciful contrivances contribute the Kubradon's share of this warframe's acceleration. Strength, mass, density, all held in a delicate balance. Gauss, front edge, smooth, heat-resistant composites, trailing edges, streamlined, foiled. This particular one vaguely warped by extreme heat stress. The Saint of Ultra. If the mind wanders, what do you see? I see a vivid, lord-like festival. The tremor mines bursting in a blinding wave, rising toward Ultra. And Gauss, a smear of light, just ahead of the thermal avalanche, fast as fire. No, faster. The Leverian exists thanks largely to the donations of patrons such as yourself. Please leave a little something. Nova, mercurial, unpredictable, and a miraculous example of harnessed antimatter. It would be a bold fool indeed who tried to tame lightning. One such individual was Wholesome Yer, a freelance problem solver who commanded high fees for his low morals. A deficiency that netted him great success in endeavors where a conscience would have held others back. He is the only figure known to have secured a back-channel charter permitting him to selectively raid certain rails, so long as Orokin ships were avoided. The story of Nova and Yer survives via the captain and security logs of the Orokin vessel Mascus Theodolite. It survives because it was deemed to be of historical importance. Orokin investigators scrutinized every frame of security footage, each line of the captain's log, for assurance that the outcome of this encounter was indeed true.
I'm just gonna take a guess here that he pissed Nova the fuck off. Probably one of the... just basically a little nuclear bomb. Aye, she's one of the ones I wouldn't piss off. Ooh, that's pretty. I did not know that was her stuff.
The passenger vessel Mascus Theodolite reported critical problems with her engines. Nova, mistress of antimatter, was deployed to relight the Theodolite's antimatter reactor before the vessel was drawn into the gravity well of a nearby planetoid. 10,800 passengers were at risk. Clipping a Syandana to herself, she exited her lander. The interior of the ship was deathly quiet. But then, chaos. Behind her, the section of the ship securing her lander was detonated and blown free, stranding her for the time being. From deeper inside the ship, cries for help. Nova sped toward the shouts of trapped crewmen. 8 were locked in flow control behind a hardened glass wall. Opening a wormhole between herself and them, she phased the crewmen to safety as their compartment flooded with lethal gas. Booming from speakers in every hallway, Wholesome Yer declared himself. Wholesome Yer, the man who at one time had run the Pluto Resistance, who spent 3 years terrorizing the rails between Jupiter and Venus just to prove that he could, who took that notoriety and translated it into a career. Security, political assassination, courier runs, torture, graft, blackmail, and in one case, so it was said, genocide. There were graves already dug for him by the many who wanted him dead. Word was, Wholesome already had a tomb prepared for himself on some distant moon, with a table piled high with riches and a chair just waiting for him to be sat in for eternity. A man capable of anything, and a man who would rather die than lose. A man easily recognized by the signature item before you. It was, so they say, an item of great personal significance to the old rogue. Why, and what history it shared with him, is a matter of some speculation. Unaware she was being led into a trap built just for her, I don't imagine Nova took any special precautions. This Flux Model helm, for example, was fairly standard. The appealing venting displayed her antimatter nature, an announcement of power as much as an evocation of beauty. Where were we? Oh, aye, yes. Nova and the rescued crew moved for the escape pods. Once they were clear, she would about face and find some way to free the remaining 10,792. Alas, thuds and clangs resounded as every life pod ejected into space. Empty. Yer clarified boomingly that escape was not an option. To punctuate this assertion, bulkheads slammed down in every corridor ship-wide. The only path Yer left open, worryingly, was the one that led directly to the Theodolite's antimatter reactor, the very thing Nova had come to save. What was the old pirate playing at? Yer answered Nova's unspoken question. He had jettisoned the antimatter core. Without that, it was impossible for the reactor to function, and the Theodolite would smash into the planetoid in a matter of minutes. Yer had been paid, by persons unknown, to neutralize Nova completely. Yer, a man who prided himself upon an ignorance of the impossible, had agreed and devised this trap. Nova was a being created to contain and harness antimatter. The antimatter drive no longer had a fuel core. His proposition was simple. Nova would enter the reactor chamber, crack her own containment, and kickstart a new reaction using her own body as fuel. She could save 10,800 lives, but only at the cost of her own. She had minutes to decide. With a flick of her wrist, Nova's haiku throwing stars took out every camera in eyeshot, killing Yur's surveillance of them. This done, she turned to the technicians she had just saved. She would need their help. Nova walked to her doom. As she entered the reactor's chamber, Yur smugly assured her she was doing the right thing. Within the reactor's observation room, the technicians nodded assent. This was going to be close. From the bridge, Yur sealed the reactor chamber's blast doors. Seconds later, on Nova's signal, the technicians overrode that command. The doors shot upwards, and Nova wormholed out of the chamber and back into the corridor. Leaving that portal open, she created another, straight up into the vent system. On the bridge, Yur had little time to react, but react he did, ordering all prisoners to be killed. In that moment, a portal flashed into existence, Nova launching herself amidst pirate, captain and crew, and showed them what she was made of. In a blinding flash, Yur and every mercenary on that bridge was deeply infused with Nova's antimatter, starting a chain reaction within them. Yur realized what was happening, but too late. With a few precise shots from her Syra customized sniper rifle, Nova neutralized those mercenaries who were quicker off the mark, before grabbing Yur by his brightly irradiated hair. Hurling him back through her network of wormholes, Nova sent wholesome Yur pinging from portal to portal before tumbling out into the reactor chamber. The wormholes collapsed.
Ooh, dirty.
Yur struggled to his feet as every molecule in his body approached critical. Behind the glass, the technicians gave him a final, grim salute before slamming the blast door closed. Wholesome Yur, pirate and legend, went Nova. The reactor caught the reaction. The technicians harnessed it, and the engines of the Mascus Theodolite roared to life. It was indeed the boldest of fools who attempted to leash lightning. And so, a notorious rogue said to be unkillable met his end in the attempt, as the historical record now demonstrates.
He deserved that. Dumbass. There's one more ash.
Hello, hello. Exhibition is that way. Donation box just over there.
Hey, Sakura.
Unexpected. I'm speechless. Ash, Avatar of Murder. Patron saint of the Orokin School of Political Assassination, known as the Scoria. Each assassin bore a mark, a swirling, smoky black jewel between their eyes. You are forever the Scoria. The Scoria is forever you. No devotee knew of any life, any thought that was not Scoria doctrine. For every question, so the Orokin of the Scoria said, Ash was the answer. Two notable students of the Scoria's anthracite halls were also two brothers, Dom and Pilio. Dom was nimble, cunning, and a quick study with the blade. His brother, Pilio, however, was not so gifted. While he idolized Ash, worshipped him, Pilio lacked Dom's grace and clarity, and Ash's ruthlessness. However, it was Dom who'd been captured by the very target he was tasked to kill. A sin unforgivable to the Scoria, so it fell to Pilio, the Lesser, to uphold the Scoria by taking Dom's life. By this, the Seven would have assurance that Dom's flaw was not a familial trait. You see, as you might expect of an Orokin school of murder, the Scoria were ruthless when it came to academic excellence. With Dom dead at Pilio's feet, two essential killings would have taken place. That of a failure, and that of any shred of pity within Pilio. Ash would oversee Pilio's mission. Pilio's soul was to die that day, as the life drained from his brother's eyes, or, if he could not do so, beneath the blades of his lifelong idol, Ash. A sliver of pale sun found them close to a stately tower in the dusty heart of Martialis metropolis. Coils of red Martian dust trailed tongues from the dark metal of Ash's Edo epaulets. The boy idolized the warframe and was eager to prove himself, even as some part of him felt cold and afraid at what he must do. Doubt is betrayal, taught the Scoria. Pilio recited this, but could not quench the fear he felt. Fear of what he must do, and fear of what his hero and idol would do to him should his faith fail. Ash gave the signal. Pilio shot forward in a bold, unconventional dying vine pattern, readying the Scoria-favored dust fang technique. The tower guards squinted into the amber light of the Martian sunrise as a flash cloud of smoke flooded the lane before them. Shaking sleep from their heads and still thinking of breakfast, the guards readied themselves. From the smoke flew stars. Staring into the lifeless eyes of the guardsman at his feet, bile rose in Pilio's throat. The boy berated himself this weakness, this disgust. Touching the symbol of his order, the smoke gem between his eyes, he muttered a prayer for strength. Stepping over the carpet of bodies, Ash crept into the courtyard, knowing full well the 50-strong house guard would show itself in force. With a sudden clatter, reinforcements lined the courtyard walls, balconies. The Scoria had a saying, "You are immortal. One mistake makes that otherwise." Ash had never made a mistake. Here were 50. With one swift movement, the warframe swatted the boy into cover, unslung his Corster bow, and sprang into a flawless grey chrysanthemum combat solution. Shame reddened Pilio's face as the courtyard lit noon bright with the glare of 100 muzzle flashes. His blade dry in his hand. Ash methodically met and disassembled each and every guard, mezzanine to mezzanine. A masterclass in the correct choices of stance, kata, technique, and attitude. Bodies rained into the courtyard. Wincing, the boy looked away. Within minutes, 50 corpses lay at their feet. When Pilio felt Ash's shadow fall across him, he forced himself to look, trembling. Ash's inscrutable gaze pinned him. Chest tight, breath terrified and quick, Pilio forced himself to stand and face his assessor. He could not look at the bodies. Truthfully, he expected to die where he stood. If the warframe approved or disapproved, he gave no sign. Rather, Ash opened an arm, showing the way toward Pilio's final trial. In the target's chambers sat a middle-aged man with long, handsome moustaches, his eyes sad and kind, and with him, Dom, in civilian clothes, sharing a glass of aged claret. Pain cracked through Pilio's brain, the smoke gem between his eyes flashing hot. Sudden images of sunlight, vineyards, a woman's face. The gem burned as it pushed these images away. A young man with grand moustaches smiling and saying, "Of all the sons I could have had, I'm glad it was you two." Pain. Dom leapt to his feet, urging his brother to hear what the target had to say. But Pilio saw only the scabbed-over divot between Dom's eyes, where a black jewel had once rested. Dom had turned his back on their order. Why? Why had he done this? The mustachioed man leapt to Dom's defense, snatching his sidearm from beneath his ironwood desk. A foolish mistake. Ash split into impossible multiples. The man opened fire on the three before being seized from behind by the fourth. Ash's illusory clones vanished. The weapon clattered to the polished wooden floor, even as his feet left it, dangling 3 feet above, helpless. Those sad, kind eyes locked on Pilio's in a regretful farewell. Ask the Warframe, Dom said. He knows exactly why. Fear filled Pilio's heart. Pilio turned to his idol, that saint of murder. The same question, but this time for Ash. Why? That moment of breathtaking impudence stretched for an eternity. Ash released his grip. His prisoner flopped to the floor, gasping. With one great hand, Ash reached toward Pilio's face and sank a vicious talon beneath that midnight jewel. Pilio screamed. Blood flowed. The gem flew free with a nauseating pop, cracking against the wall to die in a weak plume of rancid smoke. Blinding white insight descended upon Pilio de Nas. Pilio was Pilio de Nas. Everything the black gem had walled off within his mind was now laid bare. The Scoria had stolen the sons of Leo de Nas. Leo de Nas, kind-eyed Leo de Nas, was stealing them back. Of all the sons I could have had, I'm glad it was you two. Father and son beheld each other truly for the first time in almost 20 years. Pilio had long aspired to wearing the Edo armor, the highest honor, to signify his faith. But now he saw only the bare ribs of Ash's Cremata Syandana, signifier of death, and knew with certainty that was the sole credo of the faith he had followed. The boy, who until that moment had thought himself a lifelong killer, was now torn between the nocturnal life he thought he knew and the sunlit life he'd been stolen from. Torn between doctrine and family, and, blade in hand, torn between saving himself by killing his brother or dying alongside him at the hand of his idol. Ash waited, patient as the death he signified, in a room, in a moment that felt suspended in eternity, waiting for Pilio's decision. The blade fell from Pilio's hand. Dom reached out and gently took that hand. Ash did not move. Leo Danas swept his boys up and out of that room, and, as a family, they fled the tower, the city, and Mars forever. Ash did not move. So, what are we to make of this? Why did Ash, focal figure of the Scoria, go against doctrine and permit two boys who were both failures and traitors to fly free? What was it this killer saw in two near orphans that, shall we say, softened his heart? We do not know. Neither did Pilio, whose memoirs bring us this story. But we do know this. In the final days of Orokin rule, as towers fell and death came for the white and gold gods, the Scoria were not spared. No, rather their senior ranks, the mentors and chief assassins, were exterminated to a figure in a pogrom of ruthless and breathtaking efficiency. A near total destruction, led, in the main, by Ash. Curious, no?
Or Ash was just tired of the cruelty they were doing. Maybe Ash was just finally tired of it. Finally tired of seeing maybe he was finally tired of just seeing everyone in pain. Maybe he was finally just tired of it. Which, that was amazing. I fucking loved that. I hope they add more.
Ordis did not think the operator could be
Shut up,
more
Ordis.
attractive. Wrong again, Ordis.
See, it turns out that now all I need is this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. Oh, and also limbo too. So
Bare bones domination. Capture the objective. Losing Bravo.
Yeah, nah. I'm not changing my title. Wait. Why? What's wrong with my title now? I would like to hear a valid reason why I should fucking change it. I don't need to change it every time I change the game. All I need to do is change the place where... change the tag on it. That's the biggest complaint. I'm not taking offense to what you say, I would just like to know your reason. Like...
Net call. Hostile dart operating. Enemy UAV above.
Damn it.
Securing Alpha. Hostile CUAV detected.
Sniper. Cleaner.
Taking Bravo.
Neutralized.
Securing A. Bravo, locked down.
Ruin executed.
Losing C.
Damn it.
Losing Bravo. We lost Bravo. No second chances. This is all or nothing.
Sniper firing. Sniper. Sniper.
Still.
that.
Taking Alpha.
Sniper.
Securing Bravo.
Get killed. I do like this.
B locked down. Enemy RCXD in your AO.
Oh well, my leg.
Losing Charlie.
Oh, you know, I gotta say that I don't like it when people say
Well, we were paid
say I need to change something, but then don't back it up. So I'll just put that in the that isn't really important right now.
Threat neutralized.
So yeah.
Battery
Really?
appears
That
to
took
be
you that long to do? Oh, whatever. I'm not the best at this game, so.
Vector killed.
I'm not gonna change my total every time I change a game. That would literally I used to do that all the time. It literally drove me fucking nuts. But sure, hang on.
Your ID matches the label. Yes, this is for you. Take it and get out of here before I change my mind.
Sure, I'll change my title. But, you know, Decay, what would you like my title to be? It better be something at least sensible. Like, I mean, if you guys want to make complaints, you guys at least better, like, start putting some stuff in. I'm not even asking for donations. Fuck donations. I really don't fucking need donations. Like, start putting some input in. I'm really, really waiting for the input from people. But people never give me input. But I guess I do suppose it's because of my reaction earlier. But I don't give a fuck. There we go. Everybody should be happy now, and if they're not, they're getting banned. I'm joking. Come on, good opening. There we go. Oh, cool. Bolt action domination.
Inspector on mission.
Oh well, I forgot to put a thing in.
Bare bones domination. Secure Charlie. Secure the objectives. C secure. We've taken control. Enemy had Alpha. Enemy took Bravo.
Damn it.
We lost the advantage. Securing Bravo. B locked down. We've taken the lead.
Sniper. Sniper firing.
Losing Charlie.
Hostile back.
Location secure. Maintain burn posture. Losing A.
Hellstorm, launch authorization out here.
Losing Bravo. Enemy took A.
Oh, they did.
Outrider authorizing lightning strike.
Taking A. Losing Bravo. All locations locked down. Dig in and hold them.
Oh, and no, any and all, 1v1 call-outs will be ignored, because fuck that. Because 1v1s are just such a cliche.
Losing Charlie.
Sniper.
Bro.
Enemy has Charlie. Losing A.
Sniper firing.
Enemy has Alpha.
System special.
Charlie secure. Securing A. Enemy UAV above. Losing Charlie. Losing B. Lost Bravo. Taking Alpha. Hostiles have established multiple UAVs.
Right.
Securing B. Taking A.
Sharpshooter. Marksman working.
I can't wait till I get, what is it called, high caliber.
EKIA.
Losing Charlie.
Shot you gone.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Victory's close. Wrap it up and let's go home. Taking Alpha. Losing C. Taking A. Losing C.
By the way, there was no hesitation.
Removed.
Sure. Yeah, cool.
Hiding by the numbers. Just how we drilled it.
Frag. Wasted him. Spectre dead.
Secure the objective. Taking Alpha. Enemy took Charlie. We're winning this. Hostile UAV circling. Securing A. Enemy has A. Securing Bravo.
I have been doing this for 3.5 hours.
Securing Alpha. We lost control. We're being dominated. Get aggressive.
Sure.
Hostile UAV circling. Taking Charlie.
Whatever paladin was it? Spawn camping. Wonderful.
C secure. Losing C. Taking Bravo. Losing C. Taking B. Enemy RCXD in your AO. Enemy UAV above.
Sniper.
Securing B.
Marksman working.
Losing C.
Sniper.
Wasted him.
Taking B.
Wasted.
Securing B. Taking B. Fight to your last breath. Take this back. Bravo locked down.
Hostile marksman.
Losing C. Losing Bravo. Lost Charlie.
Sniper firing.
Taking C. Losing B. They're dominating us. Go on the offensive. Charlie locked down. Losing Charlie.
Get down, sniper work.
Enemy UAV above.
Going down.
We're being dominated. Get aggressive. Taking A. We're done here. Black Ops forces to your nearest CCP.
So I can finally replace the suppressor with a fucking grub. I will be playing Modern Warfare campaign after this. Then, after that, I'm going to play multiplayer, and that will be the last game for today. But after that, I'm going to go eat lunch. Or food in general.
Stealth, speed, and surprise.
Hello? Anyone have a mic? Hello? Why? Why me, man? I don't do nothing. Strike law.
Barebone team deathmatch. Special forces won't know what it's up. We're pulled ahead.
Oh, of course! No life. Oh my god, what is that? This game mode is so stupid, though. Cause like, why can't you use crap? That would be cool. How do you do that? This is the only time people are enemy down. People have doing that. I don't understand.
Sniper fire.
Lost the advantage.
Oh, well. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna find a different game. Especially if they're gonna be like that. I watch always a Tiger R, and he says, if you want to get better, try to find good lobbies to where you can actually get shit done. And I'm like sitting here like, oh, lovely work.
You're on mission.
Barebones team deathmatch. Black Ops, go to work. We have the advantage.
Sniper.
We lost the advantage. We pulled ahead.
Crash kill. Archer dead.
Attack him. Get a UAV on station above.
Marksman working. Sniper firing.
Sharpshooter.
Marksman. Marksman working. Sharpshooter. Zero kill.
Hostile. Eliminated.
Good effect.
Hostile UAV circling.
Sniper firing. Neutralized out there. Flash wasted. Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter. Sniper.
Sit rep. Hostile care package above. Enemy UAV above.
Zero kill.
Enemy RCXD in your AO.
Sniper fire.
Marksman. Sniper firing.
Don't get complacent. Finish the mission. AO pacified. Government forces take the win.
That's a kill.
Dude, how the fuck do you go 3 and 20?
Fort broken.
Death is an old friend.
Hardcore team deathmatch. The check's cleared. Let's go to work.
My bad, bro.
They spawn. Nah, it's cool.
You pull up on me so quick, you scare me.
That's how I intend to pull up on the enemy.
Straight up.
We have the advantage.
Oh shit! You gonna pull up on me like that?
Nah, face. It ain't itchy time.
I think they spawn flip.
Mm-hmm. So that's
spawn flip. Fuck!
Yeah, they did. They did spawn flip. Guy in this boat.
That's some fuckery, man. Come on. Oh shit. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Creepy. Now see the guy you're talking about. By boathouse. Creepy. Oh, shoot me! Homeboy creeping up. Yo, he's camping upstairs, bruh. Shit ridiculous. Watch out, going up the stairway. Check on your left. Watch out, you see? I told you to watch out. Camping ass dudes, bro.
Yep. You know, I found out that people are generally friendly in here. Hardcore.
They coming up in there big, dog. Dude, let's go. Watch out. It's slow. Where's this one going? Man. Wee. Teammate, smoking like that.
Fuck yes! How many kills was that?
We're all over him. Take the win.
Oh, you fuck. Yeah, kill him, please. Please.
Oh, cool. Pestilence was...
Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
Shoot me, dog. That's some bullshit.
Another day, another dollar.
Wow, that was fun. I love fucking playing hardcore. I just recently discovered I love playing hardcore. So...
Oh, okay.
I got just
Find the torch.
here to claim your case. Come to an issue that myself.
It's fine. I like using handgun. I actually like using... You know, I'm gonna admit this right now. I really like using handguns in this mode. Because they're uber overpowered and it works.
Inspector on mission.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Just another day in the office. We've taken control.
That's bullshit. Fucking. I know he didn't. He was looking the other way, and his second bullet went the fucking out, bitch.
He's reloaded. Unlucky.
You know, I actually find hardcore relaxing, just for no particular reason, other than it's just straight. Ouch.
I think they spawn flip, guys.
Yeah, there's one sitting in the back of our spawn now. Like all the way in the back. I spawn flip again. Yeah, UAV.
Boy, these guys aren't having a good time, huh?
We've got them camping in their spawn though. Not a fun time for me being an SMG user. That should be a flip.
There's one more over here.
Okay.
I'm hunting him.
I got him.
Oh, you got him. Alright.
He's pushing through the main building.
Victory's close. Reach
Not
out.
anymore.
Nice. Chip.
Oh, we got another one. Yeah, oh. You get him? Yeah, he's dead.
Spawn flip.
Yep.
Still on the right side of our spawn
System
though.
intrusion has been detected.
Fucking bastards. Animal abuser. Oh. Right behind you. I think that was you.
Ooh, buddy. Oh shit, I almost shot a teammate.
Vog's pushing into our spawn. Spawn
Drag,
flip.
they're behind. They're gonna be coming behind you.
Hostile UAV circling.
Your control systems are back online.
Operation complete. Nice work.
Wrong. Didn't matter, man. It didn't matter.
Bro, I think
It was a good game.
I think first. Come on. Man, we got ass whooped.
I went 40-5.
Bro,
Oh, I beat up.
I'm sending.
That's not.
You break it, you buy it. There's a case here with your name on it. Sweet, right?
I will be right back.
Team deathmatch. Fight. Win. Profit. Enemy UAV above. Sensor dart away. There's no profit in defeat. Fight!
So I've decided I'm doing multiplayer, and I will do the
bridge. We've got enemy inbound. Lock and load. Friendly UAV overhead.
Contact!
Personal radar drone ready for it.
Grenade out!
Enemy at the stone bridge.
Be advised, friendly precision airstrike inbound. Friendly UAV overhead.
Rotating mag!
Enemy at the rug stop.
We're halfway there, keep fighting.
Reloading!
Enemy near Main Street.
Be advised, friendly precision airstrike inbound. Personal radar drone ready for it. personal radar coverage. Friendly UAV overhead. Allied cruise missile away. Friendly VTOL on station for Overwatch. Keep fighting, we got this. Be advised, friendly UAV overhead. This is Jaguar 3-0, personal radar. Cluster strike is go for launch.
Jesus Christ. These guns are fucking beasts. Love it.